Good morning. Finally, we are good number. Jamani. You're well? Are you okay? Welcome to day 4 of the workshop preparing you for the East Africa Intercollege Smartphone Film Competition. How many? There are 4 days. First day. Good, but you've been following the live sessions between day 1 and day 3, right? Yeah, you need to, for you to have a flow of whatever is happening. Those who are here virtually, we welcome you as well. For those who are coming for the first time, feel welcome and get ready to learn. We are Highway Audiovisual Limited. Highway Audiovisual Limited is a professional audio-video solutions company. Our company is within the same building, TransTowers, upper ground floor, office number 6. And here we are at is our experience center. Experience center in that you come here and learn whatever you're being taught practically before you get to the field and seek for a job or an attachment. Sawa sawa. So with us, I have my technical team that will facilitate you throughout the sessions. I would wish to introduce them so that we can begin immediately. We are a bit late. All right? So, Bwana Mocho, Bwana Yasin, here is Mr. Machuo. He will be one of our facilitators. This is Mr. Yasin. He will be one of our facilitators. And we have Mr. Sydney. Is he familiar to you? He's one also of our facilitators and also a beneficiary of this program. Behind there switching is our technical man. His name is Mr. Sefu. You might see him in the sessions. He may assist you wherever you want. Okay. So right now, let's get ready to begin with our first facilitator, who is Mr. Moachuo. Mkaribisheni. Okay. Welcome, Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. We also have Talanta Institute Standards Group. And any other institution presented physically here? Online, we have Egerton University. We have Rift Valley Institute of Business Studies. We have Maseno University, Park University, and another one, some Screen Media from Somali. So we are all here as filmmakers and ready to interact. Sawa?
Mic test 1, 2, 3. smartphone film competition, East Africa. And our objective is to actually empowering East African students, because you are the new media the industry. Filmmakers communication departments in almost all the media stations. Initially, they are employed specifically for audiovisual. Business. Right now, everything is going, and in that, the animation itself has transformed. You know what we call AI, right? What is AI? Please. What is AI? AI is artificial intelligence. Yeah. That's the new trend in the industry, right? And in each and every day, new tools, new smart features are being developed with the AI, right? Cameras themselves are integrated with AI. For instance, here is a camera known as JVC. This JVC is AI powered camera, right? And as the session goes on, you will integrate with all of this. So how do you incorporate all that into the film industry? I mean, your practice in the film industry is what you should actually now adopt so that you stand out in the film industry. And it's not hard. Usisikie vitu za AI unashuka. It's something you can learn. Sindio? Yes, good. Now, allow me to take you through, simply for those who are the new cohort. The website known as highwayav.africa. This is the website that has all the requirements for the smartphone film competition. And as it is, this tab is self-explanatory. 2025 East Africa Smartphone Film Competition for colleges, and our objective is empowering students to create impactful film using smartphones. So here you must produce using a smartphone and showcase your creativity with the Blackmagic Camera app and DaVinci Resolve for a sustainable future. Two things, the Blackmagic Camera app and DaVinci Resolve. So in today's session, you'll be able to go through the Black Camera app and also the DaVinci Resolve, which is displayed here, and the Blackmagic Camera app is also displayed here in the phone. So these are the two tools that we want to introduce you, because they are the new trends in the industry. Okay. So we have partners and we have sponsors who are actually like empowering us to achieve or to have this competition. And in them, of course, there's the Black Magic Design. Black Magic Designs are manufacturers or producers of both camera apps, of course, and also an editing software, which is a 3-in-1, and its name is DaVinci Resolve, which is available for free on the Black Magic Design website. And this is what we are encouraging you to use. Both the Black Magic camera app for your phone, which is downloadable, and after that, where do you do your post-production? You do it in the DaVinci Resolve. So one of my colleagues, my facilitator, will take you through this. For me, I'm just taking you through to know who is part and parcel of us and what are the eligibility or the criteria for you to be able to submit your film as a college. Yeah? There's the Holy Land, there's the Headbox, there's the Tilter, OBS board, Saramonic, Eartec, Small Rig, Newer, and Milibu. All these are partners in this competition, right? And I'll be able to demonstrate but a few of them. Like, this is a mono tripod. You know, in production, you need a tripod. Serious? Yeah. You need a tripod to rig or mount your camera. So, Milibu are producers of such tripods. So, yeah. So, how is this important in this practice? It's because part of this equipment is for the winners. So, that's why it's good we get to know who they are and why important to us. The Black Magic camera. I think our room is fully equipped with the Black Magic camera. One of it is here. This is a Black Magic 4K camera. This is a Black Magic Ursa for broadcast. This is for film. This is for broadcasting, TV broadcasting, it's live stream and all that. This is a professional 4K camera for producing film content. And just the other one that is doing a close-up of me as a facilitator. It's a Blackmagic studio camera also, 4K. And that is also for indoor or studio production. So part of the prices, especially for the #1 winner, is a Blackmagic camera, and I guess it's this one, Blackmagic Pocket camera. It's a HD camera, good. It can shoot RAW, ProRes, and all that. You've seen it? Yeah, you can pass it through. Let's be careful so that you get a feel of the prices. And also, for those who are online, this is the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera brand. Part of the winners will be able to actually take this home for personal use or for your college. And the reason is because we are introducing you into the industry, and we feel this should be the gear or the tools or the equipment to equip you to practice professional film production in the industry. Headbox, these are producers of batteries. We know that we have to power our cameras with external batteries. So Headbox are part of sponsors producing the batteries. Then there is the OBS board. OBS board is an AI-powered camera. So what do we mean by AI-powered camera? AI-powered camera is a camera that can be operated remotely. It can track, zoom, tilt, and all that remotely. So you can control it using a phone and all that. Small rig, they assist us in rigging the camera and its accessories. For instance, you can have such a mount to you have a panel screen, a microphone and all that, or it's a headlight you want to put. So this is what they do. So all these they complement each other. Besides that, we have the Saramonic. Saramonic, they produce audio equipment, that is mics that are portable, small, that can be integrated with your phone and all that, and such type of mics. These are Saramonic mic, okay? And this also is part of what we expect the institution to facilitate it to use in the film competition, because how do you record your professional audio? We need professional audio that is good to be able to participate effectively in the competition. So this is what Saramonic produces. So you can use this for podcasts nowadays. They are podcasts. You can use this, and that's why we're introducing you to such equipment. So now, how to enter the competition? Once you type the highway av.africa, there is a tab here that is highlighted register now, right? Once you type this tab, you click to the tab, then it takes you to our YouTube channel, and in our YouTube channel there is a video that actually demonstrates or takes you through the journey of how you will be able to participate in the competition, all the steps and procedures to use to register and submit the competition. And once you click it, you'll go through it all, but beneath here, down here, in the description section, there is a link. So you will click this link. Once you click this link, a form will pop up. And what I have to note is that you must use your institution to register yourself. And yesterday there was a leeway that was given that people were asking, can we personally or individually submit each one of us? Yes, you can as an institution submit several films, but one will be picked to, actually you should tell us which one should be picked if you want, or you can submit all of them, then you choose one for the institution that will represent you, right? So the 2025 East Africa Intercollege Smartphone Film Competition college registration form will pop up. Kindly fill all the required tabs there. Then you'll be able to press the next tab, and then it will give you now the actual form and details for the submission. You also do the same, submit. After you submit, you will wait for guidelines from us on the way forward. Though those guidelines, we are also tackling them here. Now that's how to enter the competition. Sawa. We'll now go to the contest details. Wait for the tab to load. And here it is. As you can see, the first thing, it's being indicated here, final film submission deadline is May 15th. So meaning there is a countdown here, meaning there is a schedule that will of events from this week, which was scheduled for this workshop, to the D-Day of the final submission. So Kindly take note of that. Now, so what the 2025 East Africa Intercollege Smartphone Film Competition requires, or what is its objective, is to invite students from accredited colleges across Africa, East Africa, that is Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Somalia, and Djibouti, to showcase their creativity. Because we want to foster you guys so that you have an industry. Immediately you are out of this competition, you are able to cope with the industry. This competition provides a platform for young storytellers to explore the intersection of education, technology, and sustainability through film. Here, you will work with professional filmmaking tools. That's why it is a requirement that you use the Blackmagic Camera app and the DaVinci Resolve. So those, then eventually winners will receive state-of-the-art filmmaking equipment, and we'll be able to go through it. That is the prize tag for the winners, number 1, 2, 3, I guess, and 4. And what's our vision? Our vision: Africa should tell its own stories. We are so fond as filmmakers. Right now, I might throw a question to the ones who are new today. How many of us know Kenyan films that were produced last year? Do you know of any? Any Kenyan film that was produced last year? Do you know of any? Yoyote tu? Yeah, Kenyan film. Just one. Sorry? Big girl, small money. Mwingine mwenye anajua? Any? Mpakani. Okay. Good. Any film? Kenyan film? Single Kiasi. Okay. It's a series. Single Kiasi. Good. So we want more of that from you. Why? Where is Mpakani available right now if I want to watch? On Netflix. On Showmax. You are not sure. Free? Available for free? For free? It's for free on Netflix. As in, I can go to Netflix for free and watch. Unaweza download Telegram. You can watch for free. How much? 300. And single just I can get it for free. Telegram. Wow. It's not bad because that's the new trend also. You download it on Telegram. But it means much, part of the films, almost all of them, you have to pay. You have to subscribe. Cindy, right now you are new in the industry. How do you connect yourself with this platform in such a way you produce your film and it gets there and you are able to pay for people to be paid to produce that film? Is it that easy? Can you produce a film now for Netflix? Do you know anyone there? You don't know anyone there. Why don't you know anyone there? Good. Do you know anyone there? You can submit your film. And you are third year in film. Oh, animation. Yeah. Still, you can produce animated films. For the fact that's what is trending, right? Hey, bro, can you produce one there? Why? Sorry? Would you don't know anyone? Yeah, but you know there is a way they can know you. How? How? Your work. Good girl. Your? Yeah, cute girl. Your work. Yeah. You know cute also means? One. Your work. You need to brand yourself, team. Right? How do we brand ourselves if you do not have such professional gears? You use your digital tools, including the smartphone, right? Yeah, that's why we are saying, we are encouraging you, we are empowering you to use the smartphone. Is it? He says that you can access all these films on Telegram. Good boy. On Telegram. He says you can access all these films on? Yes. So, what is this avenue for? It's for branding yourself. Produce your film, put it wherever it is, publish it on YouTube, on Telegram, all that. But make sure you credit yourself. What's your name? Dixon who? Dixon Gishu. Gishu. Dixon Gishu. So a DG Film Production on Telegram. So everyone will ask who is DG, right? Then they know a film directed by Dixon Gishu. A 5-minute film using the smartphone and also using the Blackmagic camera app, because it will give you a dynamic range of Zuria colors, and you'll be able to download this application for free and use it. If you want to upgrade, you use the professional one, but you have to pay. How will you be able to pay? Guys, it is my prayer that you become independent filmmakers, right? But it is also my prayer that if that cannot happen, you get to have a startup company that will employ you. You can form one. Then there you get a fund. You'll have to buy professional tools. Is it? Once you get that, suggest you subscribe, get a new camera. Once you buy that camera, you are given this professionally for free. One. A professional studio, DaVinci Studio, software, has enough features that has a wide range for you to achieve scopes of any other film that you're seeing on Netflix. They all use this software. Sindio? And you can orient yourself. It's so simple to use, so friendly, empowered with AI, also integrated with AI. It can generate subtitles for you and all that. So use these tools to brand yourself, then put it on Telegram. Share it with me. Okay? Yes, then me, I'll also post it. That's how we do it. After 4-10 films, then you'll have branded yourself. Right? You'll have a following on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and all that. Then the next time, that Showmax will come for you. They will know you. Make sure you have, as a producer also, have all the tools that are required to brand yourself. Right? Tell me any professional application or social media platform, any social media platform that is, what is the social media platform that is majorly used for branding? For branding, which one? For branding, which is the best for branding yourself as a filmmaker? Eh? YouTube. Okay, YouTube is for publishing your content, right? It also brand. But I know that Gishu and Akaivi, this is his face. Which one is the best, guys? Eh? Instagram, yes. And from promoting your content, ipate views haraka, which one? TikTok. And for you as a professional, which one? LinkedIn. Unajua LinkedIn? LinkedIn, ingia pale, put your profile as a filmmaker, professional filmmaker, trained at Talanta, trained at Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. You will be able to connect with other people, showcase, and that is where firms in Kenya or these companies get to know you. So brand yourself. How do you brand yourself? Have all those tools, produce as many films as possible, right? Okay, so I've gone through all this, and you're saying you want to connect the classroom to the industry, and we have a commitment is to fostering a generation of filmmakers who are bold, creative, and proud to tell stories. That's what we want to do. You are coming from Kiambu, from Kwale, from PC. Produce that content in your native language. So far, guys, in your native language, do subtitling. Give it to us. We want to watch. Have you not been watching Indian films? Do they speak English? No, they don't. But once you see a Digo film, a Kikuyu film, you start criticizing. Oh, I'm Gen Z. I want an English film. Produce your own content, local content. So long as you use these tools, then it will be professional content, just like Nigerian, just like Hollywood. It's so sad to mention these other countries. Ama, so sad that a Kenyan film booms online on Netflix, and it's purely English. And so here word and like an option to that. It shouldn't be that. Ama? Yeah. So let's do that. And now here is the breakdown for the competition, which I advise that you go through it, print if you want, so that you stick to the timelines. And you know it was launched on 28th February, and screening the awards will be on 6th June 2025. So it is my prayer that all of us appear in the top 3 or top 4 or top 5, because they all have prizes. Say amen. Amen. Aya. And we have judges. There's one here I'm sure you are familiar with, and there are 3 that are yet to be launched. And these are professionals from Nigeria, others from UK, and we also have mentors who will be coming on board, and technical guys just to assist you. Like, there's this guy, there's a film that has been produced by Edwin Nyongesa known as Sun City. Just, I think, 3 or 4 months ago, and I expected you guys to know, but you do not know. Because that is how our Kenyan film industry is as of now. It's so sad, right? I expected you to know it because you're a filmmaker, but you do not know it. You know what's the remedy for that? We have to flood this industry with films. You have to flood this industry with, yes, mpaka wazipende. Kila mtu homa kwa anataka kuwatch films. That's why TikTokers are trending now. What have they done? They flooded TikTok with Kenyan content, is it? They are dancing and you are part of it. The same way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Almost 22 films in a month. The 7 minutes using the smartphone. Kila month, not 7 minutes, kila month. Sisai wazai wetu, they are all on TikTok. True or false? Yeah. The next day, amemwona Gishu. Next day, amemwona huyo. Won't they develop that curiosity and want and need to produce films? It's completely different. My time and your time. Your time, there's smartphone, you can record audio. During our time, it was Katululu, it was so hard. The analog phone. Sindio? That's why you must take advantage, guys. Sasa, we'll do it. Say amen. Amen. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is what we have in this tab. Of course, I'll advise that you go through this tab alone for details and all that. Just a minute. As you can see here, their category, my story, eligibility, submission guidelines, awards, judging. Kindly, let's take time and go through this website. So, you can submit a film that whereby you're not meeting the guidelines, or you didn't follow the guidelines or the criteria for the same. I want to go through the eligibility kidogo, then I go to the prices. So, there are 2 softwares we know that are being used with our smartphones, and that is Android and the iOS, right? There's also Huawei, you know. So these softwares that we're advising you to use, they're all compatible with the Blackmagic camera app. So long as you have the latest software, I don't know how, but the facilitator will come on board, will be able to advise you. So here you can see there is iOS and Android. So don't freak out. It can accommodate both. Of course, these are the countries: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. Eligibility: college must register and approve participants on behalf of their students. Understood? Yes, your college, through the official competition platform and school email, to submit a minimum of 3 participants or teams. 3 teams or participants, right? Yeah. Qualify. Ensuring colleges are responsible for ensuring that their registered participants meet all eligibility required, of course, for the competition. So participants can register as individuals or in teams. Teams must clearly define their roles of each member. You know how to credit? Directors, producers, and editors and all that. And you know what? You can be 5 editors, right? You can be 5 directors. How? Can we have 5 directors in a film? Eh? You don't know. You're in 3rd year. That's here. Can we have 5 directors in a film? Yes. 5 directors in a film. Good boy. Can we have 5 directors in a film? Bro, can we have 5 directors in a film? At a go in a single film? Can we? It can't. We can't have 5. Can we have 5 directors in a film? You don't think so? Really? It's not possible. Who told you? Yes. Yeah?
And most of the people that you're working with.
Sure.
Yeah. So maybe to the director of most, but I don't think it is.
Okay. Can you have 5?
Ali, from Somalia says that you can only have 1 director.
Oh, the guys from Somalia are saying we can only have 1?
Director.
Good. Can we have 5 directors in a film? Why? You're saying because we have sound engineers are also called directors of
Must
some.
be like someone is specialized in that.
Okay.
Different.
Okay. He's saying we can have a number because if you have 5 directors, one can be just in charge of sound, one in charge of lighting. Okay. Is that not the director of photography? Sorry? He's saying first AD, second AD, third AD, those are already 3 directors. Okay, but who is the owner? The D. Okay. Let me ask again, who is the manager of the set? Who is in charge? Who is in charge of running the set? Like the manager in running the set? The? Okay. Who is in charge of running the set? Logistics. Who is in charge? Pro? Okay. Who is in charge of running the actual set, filming set on ground? The day-to-day activity. Set? Set. Okay. So who is in charge of running the creative vision of a set? Okay. What's the role of a director? What's the role of a director? To direct? Asema to direct move venye itaendelea, how the shots and all that. The work of a director, what's the work of a director? Movie? Structure. To direct? And give instruction. Okay. What's the work of a director? To? Anadirect watu wa camera. He directs the camera team and how the shots should be. Only? Okay. And what's the work of an assistant director? To? Saying to slate, clappable. To assist director in doing what? To assist the good in doing what? To ensure the production runs smoothly. So who is in charge of running the set? It's the assistant? So the assistant director is the manager of set, and the director is in charge of creative. Listen, the assistant director is the manager of a set, not a director. Nanielewa? In running the affairs of a set, it is the who? If a scene requires, let's say, 10 minutes, 10 minutes, and your director takes 30, the assistant director can come and tell the director, hey, you're wasting my time. True or false? It's the assistant director because he's in charge of keeping and make sure all the departments are running logistically. But the director is in charge of creative. I need this light here, I need creative vision and how the actors work. So the assistant director is key in any production. In as much as he has those powers, he must work in tandem with the director. Yeah. So he might understand why the director, I gave you 15 minutes, why are you taking 20? He should be having that prior knowledge so that they are not in conflict. So, yeah, these roles are key in you because you see, you say you are a producer, but if you do not the work of an assistant director, the work of a director, the work of the creative director, and all that, you wouldn't know why you are paying. You wouldn't know where to press in case of a delay. Then my question was, how many directors can you have on set? You can have even 5. You can have Sylvester Stallone. You know Sylvester Stallone? What was his film? Expandable? In? Expandable. They were in Expandable. You can have even 3. I do 5 scenes, I do 10 scenes, you do 11. Even in series, you have a number of directors in a single. And actually, you can all be on set. They are directors, and I'm in charge of only the cast. He's in charge of the creativity of art, camera work, and everyone can do their role. So long as in pre-production, we sat down and defined our roles, so that you are not in conflict during the actual production. So, yeah, it's possible. It's possible. How many producers can you have in a film? More than? And what will they all be doing? Send to directing. Right? Yeah. Okay. Age limit, the competition is open to participants aged 18 years and above. Maybe your dad is doing a post-graduate diploma. He can come and produce if he's in your college. You know, some of us are schooling with our dads. Right? They are doing postgraduate diploma. That's possible. Or they want to participate as actors. You can bring them on board, but so long as it's you who's doing the film. So, now subscribe to Highway Audiovisual YouTube channel because, and it's a must, because there is where you get your updates, resources, and tutorials. So all this is also available there. If you want to make reference, you can go there. So, additional guidelines, only original works. That's nothing to explain. There are terms and conditions, including granting permission for non-commercial use of your submission. You must allow us to publish your content because we have to go through it, right? Yes. Okay. You can submit it in other films other competition posts because it's yours, right? But after we have graded it, right? So if we've not yet done the competition and we do that, then we'll be disqualified. You get it? Good. Each college is responsible for ensuring their participants meet all eligibility requirements. College outside Kenya will be responsible for covering the shipping cost of awards in case their participants win. Because we've said we're in a number of countries. So here the submission guidelines, we have awards. The first prize, 2090. This is in USD. What is here? Blackmagic Cinema Camera Pocket. I showed you, right? Okay. Okay. Saramonic, I've shown you for audio. condenser microphones and all that, amounting to this. You can do 2090 USB times 130, then you amounting to almost 150K and above. Do you have that? Have that amount? Okay. Do you have that amount? Okay. Then we can give you in form of equipment if you are. You'll be able to start your own production of it, isn't it? You only need a single camera to produce a film. By the way, how many cameras do you need to produce a film like Expandable? Huh? Fast and Furious, how many cameras do you need? More than 2. Okay. A must? It's a must you have more than 2. Okay. Sorry? Is it a must? Why?
The level of creativity you have.
The level of?
Creativity.
Why is it a must? You're saying the level of creativity you have in using a single camera matters. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, you can use two or one.
You can use 2
At most or one.
or 1. Why should I use 2?
I feel like maybe.
Let's listen to her. Hey, she's cute, man. Let's listen to her.
Okay. Let's say if you're taking for a racing car
Racing car.
and the driver, so you can use one camera for the close-up. Then the other one you will use for taking the motion. Yeah.
Okay. And can I use one or single camera to achieve all that also?
Yeah, you can use it by calling in different shots.
By calling different shots. Which school are you from?
Can
Oh, producer or director?
animation.
Okay, I think yes. Animation. Is she saying the truth? You said you will only use 2. More than 2. Yeah. Because of the? So you are all correct. You can use 1 or 2. But where film started, the origin of film, it's advisable to use a single camera. You know why? You will be strict. All departments must be upright for continuity and all that. Plus, you'll be able to train yourself. Plus, in as much as in using a number of multiple cameras, will like hasten your film and you're able to save money. But using multiple cameras, even at this time, then you must be extra smart. I can tell you for free. There are things you might overlook by virtue that I have 2 cameras. Now I can just place it there, and maybe the cables are not right, the continuity is not okay. You know, there's a lot of cheating in film, right? But if you're using a single camera, you will learn a lot because you have to observe all the continuity procedures. And that is how film started. I will do a long shot, repeat the same long shot using a close-up. You know, I can do a long shot from this area, right, for a single scene, and all my close-ups, I can do them in another location. Do you know that is possible? Is it possible that I can produce a long shot here for a particular scene, like the way she's saying, and do the close-ups in another place? Is that possible? And you're all agreeing. Really? Is it possible? How? How do you do that? Can you? Is it possible, bro?
Yeah.
It's possible. Is it possible? That I produce here a long shot and do close-ups outside. Is it possible? It's not possible. Why is it not possible? Because there are 2 different scenes and places. So people at home, they will figure it out. Is it possible, bro? And they won't know, like they can't dictate that this is the same, not the same location. They won't. Really? Why? Why won't they detect? What features or what techniques will you use for them not to detect? What? Do some editing. Like remove the background or what? Sorry? saturation, colors. But here there is a glass, and outside there is no glass. How will you replace this glass there? Green screen. You can, because I'll come here and get what under what circumstances will I do that? In case we are doing here a film, right, and their characters are only available today, I can go, I can do the long shot here, and then it starts raining. I cannot do the close-up, right? Because maybe that scene was for daytime and it was not supposed to rain. The audio has, okay, rain can like affect your audio, right? I can go and do a green screen there of the close-up so long as I maintain the position. Then these casts are gone. Tomorrow I can come here and record that background, then do what we call chroma key in the green screen, right? Besides that, I can just use lenses. If I use a lens that is defocused, as in that can do what we call split focus, or a prime lens that can actually make my background like fully blurred, I can achieve that, right? And do tight close-ups in such a way you are only seeing the extreme close-up of my hand. You can't tell how the background is. I can cheat, right? So long as I maintain the color or the light scheme, isn't it? Yeah. So you can do all that. So these are just bad techniques which you must learn. So we can go and get to see. We have prizes for 5 categories. So up to the 5th one, there are $100, 4th, 250 USDs. So it's you to decide your fate, right? You can choose. You can be position 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5. It's upon you. So you can contact us in case of anything. We are here. And guys, this place you are in, this is known as Experience Center and Highway Audio Vision. Here, we've just placed this seat here for you to come so that you are able to do this. But immediately you are out, we normally have gears here, tables. It being an experience center, this is where we do training for all this. If you want to become a professional editor, certified one, in fact, you become a certified DaVinci Resolve editor. There is a badge you're normally given and a certificate, and DaVinci themselves, they normally publish you. So if they're international filmmakers or professional filmmakers in Kenya, and they want someone to do color grading for their product, at times DaVinci, the black people will into the website and they are able to know that you are certified. Besides that, you can do training online for people, and it's at a fee. Maniela? Yeah. And you know what? This training for this, it's available for free on their website, Blackmagic. You can go and do the online training. Then if you want to do your exam, you can come to Highway Audio Vision and do your exam. And it's online because Highway Audio Vision will register it for you because they are the only certified dealers in East Africa. Once you get that certificate, I swear, you will not stay home without a job. I guarantee you. Because I don't think there are more than 10 or 5 certified DaVinci Resolve Studio editors, professional color graders. Who color grade here, they are not certified, but they know how to color grade. They are not certified. I'm not saying they do not know, but they are not. But most of international filmmakers, once they learn, they contact the manufacturers who are the certified around here. They get that job. You understand? Yeah, that's why we're the only dealers of black magic. I think we've not been saying this for a while, but go there, do the training. If you want to do your, because it's online and it's free, buy bundle. If you want to do your exam, tell us, contact us. We will book you to do your exam, and it's also free to do the exam. And the exam is being issued by the black magic manufacturers, not us. It is only through us you can do it. So, yeah. So as an animator and all that, you can also equip yourself with such tools. Then on your LinkedIn, on your Facebook, say professional or certified DaVinci Resolve Editor. Sasa. Okay, now open to any question. I'm open. Any question? And if you do not ask me, I'll ask you. Sasa. Any question for the film competition? Any? We are good? So how many, it's their first time today? How many of us? Okay. So your teacher said that you do not leave, there is a cut you have to do. You okay? You have pens? There is a cut, and they've said that this cut is part of your this term's marks. I don't know which unit is that. Yes? Oh, okay. There's a team from Somalia. They said they've already done their film. What's the name?
Don't waste the water.
Don't waste the water. That's what they want to submit.
No, it's
Yeah.
just there.
Oh, they are marketing it. Don't waste the water. They're saying we can all go on their YouTube platform and LinkedIn and watch that film. You know what? They're challenging you guys. Don't waste
The water.
water. Okay. Story types. What kind of stories do we need? Guys, documentaries, feature stories. Do you know what feature stories are? Feature stories. There are feature films and feature stories, right? Feature stories, like news stories, but features, they are packaged. Similarly, your feature stories. Come on, is like the news. What they are doing, news normally have feature stories. A feature story is a fully packaged story whereby there's audio, there's visual, and there's someone who does speech to camera. It's like a movie documentary, but one movie. They normally do feature stories of FGM, gangs in town, feature stories, yeah? Then there are feature films also. So the difference, these are different genres. What's up? Yeah. So documentaries, we know we have different types of documentaries, right? Like type of categories of documentary. Film? Film? Okay. Types of documentary? Action documentary. Okay. Type of documentary? Investigative. Type of documentaries? Crime. Okay. You're sure? Type of documentaries? Nature documentaries. There are a number of types of including biography. You know your biography? Biopic. Ziko more. Talk about your grandfather. Talk about. There are docudramas. You can actually enact a documentary. If I get to know your story, let's say, or any other story of how someone grew to being famous, that person died, I can actually document it and dramatize. That's a docudrama. You can actually do a fiction. So in all these stories, you should consider the distinct features, ziko na characteristics zake. Sindio? Like a sitcom, a comedy is not like a film, isn't it? Yeah. A love story is not like an action film, right? A love film is like an action. A romance film is not like an action film, is it? There are differences there. Can you tell me what's the difference of an action film? How is it like? Has? Violence. That is so good. At an advanced level of film, tafundishwa that films have different characteristics. Zinaitwa distinct features, that is called distinct. And you can analyze them scientifically using two things. One is known as iconography, another one is known as convention. We can analyze its photography or videography. there are specific lenses that are only good for films to achieve the close-ups and all that, and cannot be used or are not advisable to use in a sitcom. Because even in its editing, an action film is so fast-paced, sindio, because of the action, and a romance film is not fast-paced. Simple, calming, to convince you. You need iconography. So, even in the net, like an action film, almost 60% of it is fully action, isn't it? But a drama is verbal. Those are the distinct features. As a professional, you should be able to tell, right? So go research on these features so that you are able to know. Alafu guys, you know, film is not all about producing alone. There is also teaching. Ama? Since there is CBC, I tell you, all these primary schools here in Kenya, they've introduced the curriculum-based system with them. You come out of Talanta, you come out of Ministry of Mass Communication and advance and have a degree. Immediately you are done, you will teach in those schools and they will pay you. You get me? Yeah. You will teach and they will pay you. So there are so many avenues. There are so many TVETs. You know of TVETs? Yeah. So many in your rural homes. They need you, and you go there in Kiambu, you become a hero. Ama? Because you have a prize, you won, you have an award. We will recognize it. Like right now, you are coming out here with substance, right? Hey, see, whatever I said, you can also go tell them. So simple. No rocket science, right? Yeah. Guys, be proud of being filmmakers. So there's also one thing here, experimental or artistic stories. Be creative. There's what we call modern dance and others. See, these are things that are there. So how can you like do something in the smartphone film competition by just being experimental? Experiment something. Be creative, but be authentic. The reason why we always fail is that we think big, like I want like Netflix and do a show, yeah, we should be like no. Be simple. There are only 3 basic types of shot, including long shot. 3 types of shot. Close up. 3 types of shot. There are 3 basic shots in a film. 1. There are 3 basic shots in a film that you must consider, including 1. A long shot. 3 types of shots. Which one? Hey. 3 types of shots. Just one, sister, in specs. 3 types of shots. Basic shots in film or TV. 1. Medium. What is medium? Is medium a shot? Is medium a shot? 3 types of shot. Three types of shots in film. People from Somalia are watching. 3 types of shot in film or TV. Somalia have answered. What are they saying?
Wide, medium, and close.
3 types of shots in film, including. I give you time, 5. Oh, 15. 3 types of shots, including 1. A close-up. Three types of shot. Long, medium. Like wide angle shot and you don't know. There's another one called I don't know. Hey, bro, 3 types of the best shots in film. Okay, I'm smiling. Medium then? Wow. I think we should do that cut. 3 types of shots in film. Medium? Medium what? Medium shot. How does it look like? Hey, 3 types of shots, please. Wide shot, then medium. Yeah. You know what? Guys, listen to me. You want me to be honest with you guys? You want me to be honest with you guys? And you are going to venture into the industry of film. Bro, 3 types of shots. 3 types of shots. Eh? Long. Is there a shot called long?
Yes, it's the same as wide.
It's the same as?
Wide shot.
Why? Who told you? Who told you? Where did you see it? Okay. Do we have bundles here? Do you have data? We get on like if we have ChatGPT.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, okay. Let's do 3 types of shots on ChatGPT. Faster. Yes. Or on Google. 3 types of shots. Wide shot. Medium. You're all right.
Oh, God.
Because you guys are not sure, like I'm not sure. Mpaka tukikwambia unashangaa mimi nilisoma ama. You should be confident, guys. See you, eh? Okay. Types of close-ups. Types of close-ups. Types of close-ups. Extreme close-up. Types of close-ups. You only know that one. So if you go to the field, you will only do that one. Types of close-ups.
Extreme close-up,
Uh-huh.
na close-up, na medium close-up.
Medium. And there's also medium, long shot. Eh? Is there a medium, long shot? Wait, is there a medium, long shot? Ah. Is there an extreme long shot? Is there an extreme long shot? Okay, ChatGPT or Google. Is there an extreme long shot? Is there an extreme long shot? There's no extreme long shot? Yes, what are people from online saying so much? Is there big close-up and extreme close-up? Is there an let's get online. I want to know if there is an extreme long shot.
Yeah, they say that it's someone has extreme.
There is an extreme long shot. So, okay. Are there creative shots that we have? Mention any creative shot. Any creative shot. Not the basic. He's saying over the shoulder, he's saying back shot. Any creative shot. Any creative shot. Any creative shot, guys. Any. Bazenga. Bird's eye. Wow. Okay, any other? If I say wow, it's like I'm shocked. No? Any other? Oh yeah. Any creative shot? Cowboy.
Yeah, by the way. Nine.
2. And is there a difference between a medium and that?
Yeah.
Medium long shot? Who is online? I want to ask them. Who is online? A canned shot. What is a canned shot? There is something like that. I don't know. I'm trying. Canned. C-A-N-T. Who else is online? You don't have data. A canned? What is it?
A canted shot is where the camera is tilted so that
Where the camera is? tilted. A long shot but is a Dutch angle or a cant, right? Toung, tongue. Is there something like a tongue shot? Tongue. Let's see. Tongue. I don't know if it's there. Tongue shot. Let's try and see that. Dutch angle, a cant angle. It's only creative shots, eh? Okay. Cant, tongue. Have you written that? Is there something like that? What's that? Eh?
Might involve the tongue, often used in experimental technique or extreme.
Wow. Unaona chenye mjui guys? So, you know I am asking about all these types of shots. Say that there is a bird's eye view. What type of camera do you get with a bird's eye view? Eh? Huh? Drone. Is there a camera known as a drone? A camera known as a drone. Is there a camera known as a drone? Guys, what type of camera do you use to produce a bird's eye view, like to get a bird's eye view? A drone camera. Is there a drone? Is it a drone shot or a drone camera? Eh? Yes? There's a question, okay? And you will answer it. Sasa, you get it correctly, I give you something. From
what is a Dutch shot?
What is a Dutch shot? Si tumeisema sasa hivi Dutch and cant. Okay, tumeisema sasa what is a Dutch shot? You're on Spotify. Oh, okay. What is a Dutch shot? Hebu kila mtu ainue hivi simu. Nakwambia kila mtu ainue simu. Kila mtu ainue simu. Ainua tu, just raise your phone. Raise your phone. Raise your phone. Just like here, up here. Raise your phone. Okay. 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 Let it face me. Let it face me. It's not facing me. Let it face me. Let it face me. And look at me. Okay. Mtu mwenye atajibu what is a Dutch shot, because najua amuta Google nampa kitu. What is a Dutch shot? You should get it right when he said it.
And the camera is still a bit off balance to bring a sense of this.
He's saying when a camera is tilted to
A bit off balance.
a bit off balance to bring a sense of disorientation. Okay, you read. What is the answer? What is a Dutch or a cant shot? He says it's when a camera is tilted to bring like some sort of disorientation in its balance. Tilts the camera
To create a sense of unease, tension, or dynamics.
Okay, come. I want you to demonstrate how using that form. Come here, so that in online they can see you. So, who knows what it is to zero bubble? Who knows? Zero bubbling. To zero bubble a tripod. Who knows? Zero bubble. Anyone? What is it? No? Oh. Zero bubble. Okay. So what is a Dutch or cant shot?
Okay, it's a mid-play. That's somebody.
Hey, swimming kishka camera, this can be a long shot or close up. So what's the difference?
So the camera is tilted a bit off balance.
Okay. Good. Unfortunately, we'll get something like that. Yes. Any other question? I think I'm done. Any other question? Do you know why I've asked all this? Because I'm expecting such type of creativity in your shots. Silvio, hey, get to know these types of shots so that you look different. But there is the three basic. In case when worse comes to us, just use the basic, which is a long shot and a wide shot. A long shot and a medium what? Medium? You know, when you say a medium shot, you're confusing because there's a medium long shot, then there's a medium close up. So which one? Medium? which one. Like a medium shot can be a medium long shot or a medium close-up. But what are the three basic? A long shot and a medium close-up and a wide shot. She said a long shot, a medium close-up, and a wide. A long shot, a medium close-up, and a wide shot. There are three basic. A long shot, medium what? Medium close-up, and a yeah, man. There are three basic shots. A long shot, and a medium what? And a long shot, medium close-up, and a I'm not hearing you. And a close-up. So clap for her. Only three. A long shot, a medium close-up, and a. Those are the three basics, guys. And when you are editing, consider that your scene should have a long shot, you expose, a medium long shot, bring us close, and a close-up for reaction. Period. For emotion. Period. Clap for me. My session is done. So. Yeah, they're asking online, do they know where the name Dutch or Kant or what came from? They're asking the origins of business. They're there, and I'll advise we go and research. Of course, I know, but okay. Go also and research, because you're students of? At your students of? Of what? Hey guys, you're students of? Hi. Of media.
Okay.
Guys, you are students of? Okay, in unison, Nasauti, you are students of? Hey, are you a student of film? Is there something like that? Is there something like a student of film?
I'm a filmmaker.
Hey guys, of course you're students of film. Mimi nachanganya. Yeah, but you're just having fun, Cindy. Yeah. That's for me, guys. Monica.
Hii kitu ungeshika ndio unaenda kuongea tu hapa.
You've already started experimenting. I can see somebody doing a long shot. Are you excited? Do you want to continue? Yeah, so I'll wish to invite the second facilitator. They will introduce you to Da Vinci. Okay? Uliza nini?
Kitu Hivyo. Nasikika. Bash. Hello guys. Niajeni. Mko fiti? Okay, mimi naitwa Sydney and I know some of you know me. So I just want to introduce you to DaVinci Resolve because in this competition you have to use DaVinci to edit your clips. Yeah. So I just want to show you the interface and some of the functions so that you can be familiar with it. Yeah. So, icon ya DaVinci, this is how it looks. I don't know if you can see. Can you see it? Yeah, so let's just open. And so this is how DaVinci Resolve opens. It's an editing software, just like Premiere Pro, Final Cut. Yeah. So when you open, this is the first interface you see. And these are just some of the projects that we are working on. Yeah, so when you want to create a new project, you have shot your film, now you want to edit. You now come to new project. And then you open your project like that. So this is the first interface. Now, mkiangalia hapa, we have different categories, different tabs here. And nani ako familiar na hii? Nani ameona kitu kama hii? Anyone? You have ever used DaVinci? Oh, so you ndio maana unajiita DaVinci, okay. Yeah, so this is the first interface here, DaVinci. And then we have different tabs here. The first one is media. In media, this is now where you import your clips from your, from your folder on your computer. You import your clips here on media. You arrange them the way you want. And I'll just go through it first. If you want to know more about DaVinci, you can just go to YouTube. Alafu itakuelezea in depth ya hizo functions. And then the next one we have the cut page. Cut page. Si mkisikia cut, you know what cut means. Yeah, cut page ni you cut your clips, remove unwanted parts, yeah, and so on. And then we have here a hardware that for DaVinci you can use this on cut page. It makes your work easier. It's called a speed editor. So kutumia hii utaedit mbio. Ndio maana inaitwa speed editor. Yeah. Anyone with a question on this? Huh? I'm not sure about the price, but when you buy this speed editor, you will be given the DaVinci software, the key for the premium DaVinci for free. So I'm not sure, but you can just check on the website. You will see the price of this speed editor. And then the next page, we have the edit page. On the edit page, this is now where you arrange your clips on your timeline. You arrange your sequence the way you want it to flow. As an editor, before you start editing, you must know the final outcome, how it's supposed to be. So this is now where you arrange using your editing script. Si mnajua lazima ukuwe na editing script. Okay. On this edit page, we also have several functions here, which are inspector, metadata, mixer, all of these functions they help you to manipulate your clip the way you want. Yeah, you can just go to YouTube, mtaona venye zinafanya. Siwezi demonstrate sahi because of time. And then the next one, we have the Fusion. On Fusion, animators siwa mnaunda this VFX, hizo ndo vitu mnafanya. So hapa kwa Fusion, this is now where you do it. Those visual effects, graphics on Fusion. Kwa Premiere Pro wanakuanga na After Effects. So kwa hii DaVinci Resolve, you find that we have everything on one application. Tuko na Fusion, tuko na ya sound hapo pia. And then the next one, this is color page. This is how it looks like. So hapa ndo unafanya color grading. Na ngapi umefanya color grading hapo? Unajua fanya color grading? Okay. So this is now where you do your color grading, the style of the color you want your film to have. And then we have a hardware here for color grading also. It applies here. You connect it to your machine and then you use it to color grade. It also makes your work easier. Yeah, this one goes for around $3,000, yeah, this hardware. So when you purchase it pia, unapewa DaVinci for free. But you guys don't need this. This is for professional color graders, yeah. Okay, then we have Fairlight. Fairlight, this is where audio is done. Kwa Adobe kunakuanga na inaitwa Audition audio. So hapa kwa Fairlight sasa ndo tunafanya audio yetu. Yes. So when you maybe want to correct something or audio, you want to remove noise, you want to enhance the quality of your audio, this is where you do it. And then we have the last tab. This is it's called Deliver. So after you have finished editing all your clips, this is now where you export. So you choose the file name, the location where you want to export your edit, the format of your clip, the codec, the resolution. Maybe you want to export it in 4K, HD, 2K. This is where now you choose, you select your format settings, and then you add to render, and then you export your clip. Yeah, so that's just the interface of DaVinci, how it looks like, and this is what you're supposed to use to edit your projects. Yeah, you must use it, and because you must provide evidence. So, any question on DaVinci? Yeah, unaweza unda VFX from scratch kutumia DaVinci. Na ukitaka kulearn kutumia DaVinci kuunda VFX, kuna video za YouTube mingi sana. Hata kwa wana YouTube channel, you can go and just watch those videos step by step because they are long videos. Yeah, so you learn a lot. You can create those VFX from scratch. Okay, any other question? Hakuna mtu akona swali? Na kuna DaVinci, there is a free version and a premium version. So all of these versions are available on the Blackmagic website. You go to the Blackmagic website, you download them. Na free version, iko na functions kama zote. You can't even exhaust those functions. So you guys will just use the free version. Hakuna haja upurchase sahi, but if you have money to buy the premium version pia, you can go ahead. But free version, I promise you that if you use it, you'll just have the best of it. Yeah. Any other question on DaVinci? Ndo mara ya kwanza kusikia DaVinci Resolve ama apart from ndo mara ya kwanza? Okay, so this is the editing software. By the way, ndo inatumiwa kwa hizo movie mna watch Hollywood hizo. Ndo sijui gani. Hii ndo inatumiwa kuedit hizo movies. Si Premiere Pro. Okay? So if you don't have any question, I think nimeonyesha venye interface inakaa. Ukitaka kulearn more, naenda kwa website. Pia mmeambiwa mnaweza kuja hapa mkitaka pia kulearn. unaweza kuja hata peke yako time nyingine yoyote. We will take you through sasa step by step how these functions work. So I finished my session. If you don't have any question, that's it. Thank you. Any other person? So nimekuwa brief sana.
Yes, sana. At least ungefungua kama sasa hivi. Kwani hakuna clips hapo?
Clips ziko. Kwa hiyo afternoon tutafanya demo.
Good afternoon. My name is Yasin, and I'll be taking you through the Blackmagic camera app. So, as my fellow colleague Ali said, the software is free, but it has limitations. It depends with the type of phone that you're using. The operating systems work differently. Let's say like for Huawei, you can't access the Play Store since 2015 or something like that. For this app, you can only download on operating systems. Let's say you have an iPhone like me here, from version iOS 16 going on. But if you have iOS 15, poleni, you can't do that. For Android, you can download the app on operating system. It's called UI 13. I'll show you the list of phones before we proceed to seeing it. Sorry? So everyone can see this. So this is for the Apple, the iPads, the iPhone. And for Androids, because we have different types of Androids, like Samsung, Xiaomi, Sony Xperia. These are the types of phone that can support this software. We have the Samsung S21, S22, 23, 24. We have the Google Pixel. Techno, no, it can't support it. But yesterday we tried with the Redmi, it worked. So if you have a Redmi yourself, you can use the OnePlus, Xiaomi, Sony Xperia, and Oppo. But for Oppo, I think it has to have the UIE from version 13. You can just check it on your accessibilities about software. Sorry? Vivo, I'm not sure about that, but we can just do a test after this session. Then we can just go through it. So you just go to Play Store or Apple Store, write Blackmagic camera app, you'll find it there. It's free. You will pick kama hiyo ya premium version. Kuna any question until there? Is there any question? Or I can proceed. So once you download, has anyone downloaded it right now? No. Yeah, it's not here. Njoo, lazima ke logo na. Were you here yesterday? Were you here yesterday? No. So, everyone has seen it. Okay, on the far left, that's my right, we have the lens icon. This varies depending on the type of phone that you have. Because nowadays, some phones come with up to 5 cameras, like the S25 Ultra. It has the times 100 zoom lens, it has the 25, the macro, so it depends with your phone. For this one, the iPhone, I have 3 sets of lenses that I can use. I can use the front camera, like this one. I just press here front, it will switch to the front camera to film with. I have the 24 millimeter, I think it's this one. Then I have the 34 millimeter. So I can select between the 2 options for the lenses. After that, I have the FPS. Who knows what FPS means? Yes, frames per second. So for the software here, I can do from 24 frames up to 60 frames. Then after that, I have the time code, which shows the period that I'll be recording my shoot. After the time code, I have the ISO. Who doesn't know about ISO or how it works? You're all filmmakers. You know how to use the ISO. If someone doesn't know, you can just say, I'll explain. You don't know about ISO. And how are you a filmmaker? Animator. Yeah, I also do animations. Okay. ISO is how you increase the sensitivity of the sensor of the camera. You can either increase it or reduce it. If you increase it, the sensor will be so sensitive to light. If you reduce it, it won't be so sensitive to light. That's simply how ISO works. So for this phone here right now, I can go from 23 up to 2008. For other phones like Samsung, you can go up to 6,400. It depends. It's not standard throughout the phone category. Then we have the white balance. White balance, who doesn't know about it? You all know about white balance. Yeah, so I have the white balance option, which I can toggle between auto, or I can set it manually, and I can also lock it if I want to. We have the different settings on white balance. I have the daylight, tungsten, the house, the clouds, and such. So you can just toggle between it. I have the tint, which works hand in hand with the white balance. On the bottom right, left, I have the histogram. What's the work of the histogram? Let me try previewing it here. Let me just pull the phone here so that we see it. So this is what I'm talking about, the histogram. Can everyone see it? What's the work of this histogram? Anyone? Sorry? Yes. Yeah. It's just to know the value of your colors. You can check on the reds, green, and blues. Then you have the monitor. The audio monitor shows you the levels of your audio. So after this part, this is what we have gone through. We have monitor controls. The monitor control, when I press it here on the actual phone, I can find my zebras, the grids. You know about grids, how to use the grids. I can find about the grids. There is the false colors that compose my image. After that, we have the focus control. You can either set it to auto or manual. Then we have the exposure control. The exposure control, I can either increase my exposure or reduce it. Depends with the condition that I'm shooting in. I have the record button, the big red one here. I have the stabilization control that shows me if my image is stable or not. You talked about the Dutch shot, that your camera is a bit inclined. Yeah, so you can also use that to, I don't know, you are creative. You can just create something from that. Then we have the zoom control, where you can zoom in your shot, or you can use your two fingers, just like this, just like zooming into a picture. We have the slate button. This slate button shows you all the details of your clip, the lens that you've used, because for this camera, when I go to that, it shows me the lens data. Have you seen it? iPhone something. For Samsung, it show you another different type of lens. For Redmi that we tested yesterday, it had a totally different type of lens. It was using, I don't know, an Infinix or Techno lens. So it depends with the phone that you have. Okay, I think we're done there. Is there any question? If there's any question, you can just ask. Animator? You okay? Okay. We are done with the camera. We have the media part. I can't show you here the media part, but I have it here on the phone. On the media part, I have 4 options. One is the main bin where all my medias are stored after shooting or recording. Then we have the next button where it allows me to select my clips. I can either select to export them or delete them. Then I have the cloud button. Blackmagic has come up with a solution where you can, rather than you storing everything on your phone or on SSD cards, you can back up them on the cloud. So that, let's say we are a team of, you said 5 directors, and I want to view his shoot, and I'm not near him. I can just go to the cloud, sign in, and I can preview from wherever I am. So you can also do that from your phone. Then we have I think we're done with the media option. Then we have the chat option. The chat option acts like WhatsApp or Instagram. You can preview the footage there and also communicate. Ni kama una text director mwenzako, "Oi, ni aje, lighting iko mbaya." Si lazima ukue kwa shoot so that you can preview it. You can just preview it from wherever you are. But you have to have a Google Blackmagic cloud account. Then we have the settings where it's more technical. We have the codecs. Who knows what codec mean? Sorry? Yeah, karibu. Codec means coding and decoding. Kila mtu hapa ni wa maths? Lakini mnakaa ni kama mmeweka mbaya. Pia mimi ni wa maths pia. So coding and decoding, I think when we were in class tulifundishwa sender, coding, sijui inakuza inaingia sijui kwa decoding, then inaingia kwa receiver. It's such a thing. So coding and decoding, this codecs, it's engineering that was made to help us capture footage and also play it back. Because let's say you're shooting at 4K. You can't come with the 4K footage and just preview it here. It will be too much. First, storage. It will be you'll have to use a big storage because 4K, kwa other cameras unaweza tumia 1 TB will just in 2 minutes. That's 4K, raw. So this technology tries to compress it so that you can preview and also edit it. So for this phone, it has just a second. 32. It has 6 types of codec. There's Apple ProRes, ProRes HQ, ProRes Lite, the list goes on. But the best codec as for shooting for Blackmagic is H.265, but it's a bit heavy. So you'll need a lot of storage. After codec, we have resolution. You all know about resolution, don't you? What's the lowest resolution? The lowest resolution. The lowest resolution. Hmm? 4. Yeah, 144. The highest? No. 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 The highest? No. We have 12K. Yeah, downstairs we have a camera that can shoot up to 12K. But you don't have the storage and the lenses to gear it up. It's not like these other cameras. This is 4K, 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 4K. After that, so here you can just select the type of resolution that you want to shoot in. It goes up to 720 and up to 4K. You can use HD for you guys. There's no need of shooting at 4K because you'll just fill up your phone. Then we have color space. Who knows what color space means? Animator. We use this a lot. Yes. You're also an animator. Do you know about color space? Anything? So color space, every single camera in the world has its own color. So that's what it means. Say ukichukua camera photography, let's use just the simple cameras. Canon na Nikon na Hasselblad, sijui kama mmeshaisikia. Uchukue images utapata color ya Canon na Nikon, they're totally different things. Color Nikon na Hasselblad, totally different things. So hiyo ndo color space. So they came up, there's this institution, organization that came up with let's say an SI unit for colors. So they use the RAC 709, RAC 709 Lite. So if advance more into film, you'll find those colors. Animation, because we use that a lot. Are you together? Then we have, after color space, we have the time code display. The time code display, I can either put it on record run or time of day. Record run shows me the duration that I'll be shooting, the whole duration. Let's say I'll be shooting for 1 hour. On my display there, it will be showing me the 1 hour. Time of day, it will be showing me the day that I'm shooting. Haitakuwa na hiyo time code hapo juu. Are you together? Yeah. Then we have time lapse. Who knows what time lapse is? Time lapse. Bosi uko na shoot something hapo nje. Huh? Anyone? Yes. Yeah. Ni venye tu amesema. So it's squeezing the time into a short period. You can have multiple frames squeezed together. It's like video, like in sasa either unaweza squeeze ama stretch. So hapo ukitaka kushoot time lapse, let's say your shoot yenu ni sunrise ama sunset, you can use this feature rather than uchukue simu uweke uende ukuje uangalie upate the footage is bad. So you can just select, because inakupea you can shoot one frame for a long period of time, but in a defect yake. The defect is the sensor will be wide open, so too much light will be absorbed. Na too much light, the image itakoko white. Ni kama sasa uchukue macho uende ukasimama mbele yota ufungue ukaitu hivyo, what will happen? What will happen? Ukisimama mbele light for long. Yeah. So the cameras work the same way our eyes work. That's the secret that I'll give you guys. So ukiona shot, let's say macho yako inaona shot ika hivi, try to make the camera do the same thing. Everything about film, videography, it's about art. Are you together? Then we are done with recording. We have the camera options, where I have enable vertical video. Enable vertical video helps us when you want to shoot the shots, the Instagram clips or the TikTok clips, the ones that are upright. Do you know their resolution? What's the resolution for those videos? Yes? 1080. Which side is 1080? Which side is the other resolution? What is vertically? Huh? 916. 16:9, what you're talking about is called aspect ratio. Yes. Yeah. So you can do that using this setting. You just turn it on and it will flip the screen. Because when you shoot it like this on portrait, it will squeeze, so you'll miss out some of the information on the bottom. So you just have to flip it. Yes, you can do it in post, but the defect with post is that you'll have to crop out some things. That's the problem. Let's say I'm shooting this class right now, and I shot it at a landscape position. When I try to put it at a portrait position, I'll have to crop some of you guys. But when I do this, move far, I can capture the whole of this lot. Are we together? Then we have, after that, we have the trigger record indicator, which has two settings. We have the beeper and flash. The beeper is when there's a sound that is produced by a camera when you press record. I can just do it practically. I've already turned it on right now. I'll just go to camera. Then I just press record. Let me just turn on the volume. You've heard of, that's the beeper. So beep and flash, it will do the same sound, and the flash will turn on to indicate that you have started recording. You can just do it practically. So this is what it does. So this signifies that I've already started recording. Understood? Then back to the menu, we have the user volume button to trigger record. Let's say I don't want to press record on that big red dot. I'll just use my volume buttons to just initiate the starting of a recording. Then we have lock white balance on record. As I showed you on white balance, there is a small A on top of it, on top of the white balance. So for the phone camera, if it is not on, when you just move your phone and there's a change of light, the phone will automatically change the white balance. So to avoid that, you have to turn it on so that it prevents it. You see here on white balance, this one was not on. This one is off. So for him, he has to manually adjust the white balance. But when you turn it off, this icon here, poleni huko nyuma muone. Because of time, naona nina 10 minutes with you guys. You have seen it? When I turn it off, itakoko hapo kutandika A. A small A will be somewhere here, which will be changing every time that I move. Na hiyo kwa film hatutaki. Then we have, while recording, swipe right to dim screen. You can dim your screen if you're using specs. Ama kama the screen is too bright, you can just dim it. You just swipe on the right. We have the shutter measurement. Shutter measurement, they're in two ways. You can measure the shutter using speed or angle. Shutter, it's how there is a cover in front of the camera. Let's say the photography. Let me just get Monica, assist me with the photography camera. I'll show you practically how it is. You see this thing here? Behind this thing is the sensor, where the light is taken, processed to create an image. So this thing is called the shutter. But for the film or video cameras, this thing is not there. It is software, it's software based. So when I press this, you see it has gone up, then down at a faster rate. But I can make it go slow. I think you all know about that. So for this phone, it has two settings. For the photography, it's just one. But for film, we always have two settings on our camera. That one, that one, that one. They all have two settings, either angle or speed. But for filmmakers, we don't use the angle. We don't use the speed, we use the angle. The angle, let me explain it in Kiswahili. That hiyo kitu hapo ndani, hiyo sensor, ni kama inatiltiwa, lakini ina software based. Not yenyewe ati physically, it doesn't tilt physically. It's just software based. So some parts of the sensor will receive the light, and some parts will not receive the light. So that's how it works. So ukiweka 360, the whole sensor will receive light. Ukiweka 60, some part ya hiyo sensor haitakuwa kuna light. Tumeelewana? So you can either select, you can use it, some people use it vibaya, wanaitumia kama ISO, which is not supposed to be used that way. Any question? Kuna mtu ana swali? Uko na swali? Then after that we have the flicker free shutter based on. Who has ever shot directly to the light? Let's say tunashoot na type hapa mbele yetu. What happens kwa screen? Hamjaifanya practicals? What? Ina? Oh, all of you are animators? Huh? Oh, so, okay, sorry. Sikujua nadhani labda ni huyo na, yeah. So, when you, ushaiona hata si story hata na practicals. Ushaienda town usiku, then you see a billboard, then you take out your phone unataka kushoot labda hiyo art mo ina display hapo. What happens to your image ama video? What do you see? Huh? Bright. Who else? You've never done that? Huh? Iko clear. Ina nini? Iko na nini? What does it have? Ita nini? Light itakuwa mingi. Yeah, ni hivyo tu, but ushaiona film ama clip ambayo kuna lines zinapita hivi za black. Has anyone seen that? Yeah? Yeah. Mtamfuata taonesha sijui aliona wapi. So hiyo kitu inaitwa frequency. Light ina frequencies mbo camera inaona. So hapo hivi you can adjust it to match the frequency of the light. Ndio isikuwa na hizo lines za ambazo zinapita. Either zinaweza toka juu kwenda chini ama chini kwenda juu. Anyway. Unaelewa? So let's say shoot yenu kuna mahali kwa script ambayo umeandika kuwa kutakuwa na mtu anaangalia TV. Then unaeka hivyo, utaziona zinapita. Kwa avoid hiyo, you can just adjust. Kuna hizo frequency. Kuna 50 Hz na kuna 60 Hz. Depends. Na pia ina depend pia na the source of light ambayo inaemitiwa. Kama hile na hii, two different sources. Na ile pia. Yes, there are lights. To our eyes, that's light. Hatuwezi ona frequencies, but the camera can read that. Are you together? Yeah. Then, etashafika one. We also have the lens correction. Every lens in this world has a defect. Sometimes you can take a photo, then hapa on the shoulders, he looks smudged. Ni kama mafuta imepakwa hapa. Na kila kitu uleka perfect. Uleka lighting, it's okay, exposure, ISO, white balance bako ukafanya, ukachukua image tu hivyo unashangaa unaona hapa iko smudged. So manufacturers came up with this solution. It's either on post or on the camera, where you can auto-correct that. You just turn on the lens correction. It will correct hizo features mbaya ambayo lens iko nayo. That's not wewe ati kama you're a bad photographer ama videographer, hapana. It's the lens ambayo ina issue. Juu imetengenezwa na human. So kila kitu inachapa sometime. Ama sometimes inatoka tu hivyo kutoka kwa factory. Tumeelewana? So if you're going to shoot, ensure hiyo kitu iko on. Juu utaenda utapata image yako mara iko na smooth focus, unajiuliza kwani what was wrong? Lighting was okay, everything was okay. Juu kuna mpaka light meter, you can just come subject, do this, unapima, hii light imefika hapa vizuri, unaenda una adjust kwa camera. That's a totally different course. Ambayo, if any one of you is interested to learn, he can just reach out, we can teach you how to do it. Because film is not about placing the camera, taking the video or, no. So it's a lot, ni kama kujenga nyumba. That's how film is. You have to be sure of it. Your time imeisha, so I'll go through them faster. Anamorphic disques. Did Ali tell you about anamorphic disques? Have you guys ever seen film zingine ni kama kujuku kwa black, then film iko hapa hivi katikati, alafu inaka stretched. That's the anamorphic thing. So you just fit the whole clip kwa a squeezed screen. Naelewana? You can just toggle between the settings. It has two settings. One is to 33 and one is to 55. So you can select the one that suits you. Then we have flip image SLR lens. You can flip the image. Rather than you doing this to your phone, you can just press it and it will flip the image automatically. We also have lock current orientation. You can lock the phone to this orientation or this orientation. Let's say you are shooting, then you have to run, and you want your phone to be this way, you can just lock it there. It won't tilt to this way, even if you put your phone this way. Are you together? We also have, we're done with camera. Let's go to audio. Audio, we have the audio source. You can select where audio comes from. You can use that small mixer. It's like any other mixer. You can just control your values there. It has two microphones. You can just link it up here using a cable, just like that. And you can select your phone either to come from the mixer or microphone or from the phone's microphone. For iPhones, they have 3 microphones. For Samsung, 2. For the other phone, 2. Here behind here, there's a microphone here. So you can select either it comes from back, front, bottom or up. Or you can select it comes from bottom up or the back and front at the same time. These are the recording formats that we use. Then we have the record type. You can record either a stereo or mono, depending on what you want to shoot. We have the metering, which is in voltmeters and peak per meter. Voltmeters, you all know about voltmeters. It's the unit for measuring sound is the decimeters. The gadget used to measure the sound is called the voltmeter. Then there is peak per meter that shows the highness of the sound or the lowness, the peaks. We also have audio monitors. You can monitor your audio through headphones, or if you have a Bluetooth speaker, you can just connect it to that. Then we have the settings for the monitor, where you can see all your settings, all these settings. You can remove all these. You can add this, you can remove this. That's where you can find the settings on the monitor. We have the media. Here is where we see the details about your clip. You can see the proxies. Proxies are all the details, the meta details about your clips. The short time, duration, the lens used. You can find it there on that setting. We have the LUTs. Who knows about LUTs? LUTs in full means lookup tables. So it's like a shortcut to color grading. Let's say shoot RAW and you don't have time to start color grading to adjust your exposure. So there are these LUTs. Either you can buy them, you can create them, or they're found on this software, the DaVinci software. You just drag and drop and it will change the color of your clip. We also have the presets. You can set your presets here for this phone. Let's say you have 2 directors and you're using the same phone to shoot. You can just set your preset, rate it by your name. You can export it to another phone, and the other director can also do that. Let's say ameshoot leo na wewe for shoot kesho. Unaweza kuja, take the phone, apply your preset, and everything itarudi venye ilikuwa unatumia. We also have accessories where you can find gadgets to control this. You can use a remote, you can use Bluetooth devices like Bluetooth keyboards to control the software. Then the Blackmagic Cloud if you want to log in, and a reset button. I'm done. Is there any question? Any question? I'll take any question from you guys. Tuko sawa? Tumeelewa? Ama nimeenda mbio sana? So mtashoot? Na okay. Tunaongozea tuone animators ni gani. Msiende mkajenga na Unreal Engine no. Juu tumeambia kuwa we have a software that will show us all your metadata. Tutajua ulishoot na simu gani, lens gani, every type of shot. Tunajua hii shot ilishootiwa na 24 ama 50. Itatuonesha uliedit na nini. Understood? I also do animation. Wewe ni mwalimu wangu. So if there's no any other question, I think I'm done with my session. The people from Somalia, is there any question? Okay, I think I'm done with my session. I'll invite Monica to take it over. But for more information, you can just check on our YouTube page, because this workshop has been going on for the past 4 days. We have day 1, 2, 3. So for any questions like the editing, if Sydney didn't explain more, you can check it online.
So they can play back?
Yeah, they can play back at Highway Audiovisual. You can also comment, waongeze kakitu. Sasa, imagine sasa nyinyi hapo mko 20, nyote mseme ongezeni uboi kakitu bana. Alafu tunapatana Mombasa Road. Na tunapatana shopping center. So, thank you guys. Nini uingiza bana? Shikilia tu hivyo. Shika bana.
Yeah, I think it's a good experience that we've had with this magnificent team. And of course, you know that in cinematics, every minute, every second, every hour, things keep changing. And you can now see that indeed what we are doing, there's a lot of things that can be able to learn out there when you come and the industry. Our colleagues are in the industry, and it's only good that we come and get to know what they're doing. And the challenge we have that competition, and we want to make sure that we be the winners. It's a cinematic school. Yeah, so we should be the ones going to win. Snukwele. Go back and make sure that we sit down and work on the ideation that can make win this coveted trophy. Tamu sana. To get first time, I think this is the first competition you're having, and if you'll be the pioneer winners of the coveted trophy or coveted goodies, then that would be great for us.